Alright. Let's continue. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Malzarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long.
I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail.
I'll bet they paint things in in a much rosier light for the prosecution too. Von Karma was the one in charge after all.
What happened with the case after that?
Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things had a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial.
A year?
This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays.
I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear?
Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made out of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down.
What do you mean?
So, this place is a gallery these days, but back then, it was Samson Tangaroa's place here.
Indeed, and the site of the IS-7 incident.
Well, word is for us, ice sculptures are suddenly back on display 18 years after that fateful day.
The very sculptures the victim made?
Who knows? Could be they just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Well, alrighty then. Let's take a look at these ice marbles, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display with the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz. But the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives?
Fender? Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there.
It is? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Oh my god, previous Ace Attorney characters.
April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Winter Wing.
I see there's still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick.
It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right. It's like a freezer in here. It could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made out of ice.
The temperature control will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey master, you can go peep the degree count. I don't think your complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah?
Alright, if you insist.
Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on its grave so you can have a gander.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the kid from the Steel Samurai case back in Ace Attorney 1.
A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in a dark gallery on his own?
She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps?
And these two are from the second game? Yeah, these two are from the second Ace Attorney game. So how about this? I'll scream out, "Oh no! This must be the work of that villain, the Mask!" Yeah, and I'll go, That's me, the legendary Damast.
Yeah, and then no, say that, and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. You gotta take this more seriously, otherwise, how are you gonna get to this to market to sell?
What exactly are these two plotting? There are two large ice statues on display here.
Guess these are the remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Feel like catching stuff. That sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh?
It is. These are the works of my father I never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later.
Sorry to burn in while you're deep in a thinking, Meister. But do you mind looking... Would you mind looking this way a sec?
This way?
Beautiful. Yeah, just like that.
Fender, really?
Say cheese. Selfie.
Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken.
My bad. Big guy, my bad. Had to check if this whole thing was still working is all.
Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient.
Yep, vintage model. You ever hear of an instant camera? It develops the pictures right after you take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think how it works.
I know what an instant camera is, although I never used one.
Should've known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here.
For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking.
Well, I mean, it's a very important case, so I wouldn't be so surprised about that.
He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident.
Ooh, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold. And they develop right away. Wanna see?
Well, since you've already shoved one in my face...
Alright, Brainiac. Question. What do these two eye sculptures represent?
They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime.
Bingo! He shoots, he scores. Woo! You're a regular encyclopedia master. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies.
Thanks.
That's evidence.
So the victim made these same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago.
It sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in the photos though. But these are a spit of the originals.
So this is what you wanted to show me?
Yep. I think Gregory would have wanted you to see them too. And I may not have it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you all along.
Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see when my father's final case unfolded.
Good to hear you say so, Paleo. What do you say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion?
Absolutely not. There is an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text engraved in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation.
So then Damas needs to...
Yeah, and then I
wish these two would stop talking so loudly, it's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. Though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru. They form the larger constellation of Taurus. But why cram in so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the Winter Wing, and uniquely these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing too. Who doesn't like a little snow cone on a sunny day? But then it wouldn't probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Huh? Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it is, or it's at. Here, I have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors to crank up the thermostat and melt in and out.
According to the pamphlet, the Winter Wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees.
Ooh wee, that's colder than that snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. This is only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death?
No.
Alrighty, I got the shots I want. Shall we scoot over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour over here.
I suppose so.
Ah!
What was that?
It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up.
Larry! April 2nd, Zodiac Hall Fountain Room.
Oh man, Edgeworth looks exhausted.
Oh goddammit, Larry. There's someone on the ground. And is that? Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on?
Gee, you should have seen it, it was awful.
Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor.
I didn't do anything, he just fell right down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Gusto. Is everything alright? Don't you know it's... Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys?
Wait, the smell.
He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here.
Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room.
April 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
How's the victim doing, Fender?
Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedic said there was no sign of external injury, and that he was unconscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in a medical room with a specialist.
I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender.
Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down.
The confectioner! So he was here 18 years ago too.
And Hoozles, this guy seems like he's in a rude health. No palace of yours, Miles Reno.
Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry.
Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Maurice Dunham when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that?
This is Larry Bucks. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Maurice Dunham. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry.
Whoa, grade school buddies. I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried that you never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me.
I never knew I was the cause of such worries from my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here?
Larice, Edgy. How many times have I tell you about this? Larice.
What are you doing here?
What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that.
Good, now talk.
You wanna know why I'm here? What the heck do you think? From my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon. So I thought I better scope the place out.
So, not actually for your art at all.
Larice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure. It's nice to have somebody take interest for once.
Spare me.
Oh, by the way, Laricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim?
Nothing in particular. Did you say you seen something awful?
Oh, that. Yeah, the old guy. He just appeared and then, splat. He was on the floor, scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with it.
Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for.
Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I am Judy Bound, the gallery manager.
Another person from the ISN-7 incident.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Judes.
Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure.
She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here.
I can't believe you had to go through something so awful, and on our first day in business.
Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh wait, I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late great Gregory.
Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son. He's here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2.
I love the animation so much, yeah. They're very animated, that's for sure. Really brings out the personality in the characters. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voices ever.
Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions.
She's very polite, but there's something strange about her.
Hey, Judy. Can I, get an autograph? You can write in here.
Well, if you're sure you even want such a thing.
Why do you want it, Larry?
Rude, you know who she is, right? Come on, Master, you don't keep up with the showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's no big surprise.
What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that?
Judy here's a living legend, not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it.
Yeah, oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit this biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors.
Thanks so much, Judy. I'll try to enjoy it till my dying day. You and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod.
How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity.
A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor.
Guess you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. I'll be right back.
He's a real live wire, that one.
That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now?
You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them, so I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long.
Delicia Scone. We've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender?
Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a quinky dink.
Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea?
I drop the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not, for old time's sake?
That would be lovely, thank you.
Now, if you both excuse me, I better go and explain things to our other visitors.
You go do your thing, Judes. Thanks again.
This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma.
It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Judes cooled the sauces back then. Not today, though, it seems.
Huh. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd?
Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time?
Yes, it almost feels like if an investigation is in order.
Hey, Mr. Edwards, are you alright?
Mr. Edred, Mr. Fender, we heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came in as fast as we could.
Well, it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in.
No way! Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up all over nothing.
Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you?
Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous. What with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and ran and ran and ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
Hehehe. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective.
Well, six, sir. Just so and I headed now and start investigating. You're staying here. That could be still dangerous.
Alright, we're counting on you, detective.
Good luck in there, Dicky boy.
No way! Gummy almost looks like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective. This is Edward speaking.
Mr. Edward, you're supposed to be this minute, sir.
Oh, he's not wearing the mask anymore.
Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see.
Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of two-horned animal.
Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing.
Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinklers sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading.
The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire?
No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and trigger the smoke alarm that way.
And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off?
This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened.
So she heard an alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers.
Yep, seems like it can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want an art gallery getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check out how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first.
So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess.
And one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's the deep midwinter wing.
So the autumn wing is cold too.
I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir.
Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing?
That's about all I got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir.
Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe.
April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. What did Gummy have to say?
He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry.
Huh? I don't get it.
I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation.
Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there's one guy. Miles' best bud.
His... what?
If we have to, and I guess we have to.
Larry.
Wait, that's...
Hey, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh faced as ever.
Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right?
So here's the deal, okay? I'm Larice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist.
Ah, so it's your alias? I like it. Good to see you, Larice.
I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people.
I have some questions for you, Larry.
What the? How am I suspect? Just because I found the guy, that doesn't mean I did the crime.
I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly?
Look, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief. You didn't sound too sure. You didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there.
There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Logic chest, baby! Oh, mind chest, not logic chest. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However...
I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything. You can't prove otherwise.
It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated, and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Mind chess. Commence. Why are you here? Why exactly did you come to the art gallery today?
What kind of question is that? What do you think, I don't belong in the art gallery or something? Hey, if you don't ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble on one of my pieces. Oh, could I? They're valuable artworks.
According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree.
Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone?
What? I can't be apart from his girlfriend for once. I can have my own life too, you know.
Just admit it. Admit your testimony's written. Oh shit.
What do you mean, Edgy? What do you see stuff like that?
I didn't think it would upset you so badly. Guess I should watch what I say. Shit. I need to study my opponent's reactions and pick my responses accordingly. Bide my time. Okay.
Fine. Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the center to show her on a date.
And I expect you're pretty proud of the sketch.
Not so much this time actually. But you know, I'm just being her sign and all. I just thought she might kinda like it.
Huh. How very like you to tell me nothing, and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu.
What? Did you figure all that out?
From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you?
Fine, then I won't say another word.
Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. Well, we'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here.
Well, what's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I know I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain. What gives, Edgy? If you don't have anything to ask, then just let me get back to my sketching.
Wait! Just ignored him and his blathering for too long. Shit. I need to study my opponent's reactions and pick my pulses accordingly. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk.
Huh? You mean entry isn't... It's not free getting in here?
You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying?
I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I thought entry was free.
You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time?
Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite.
Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident.
And right after she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the artist gallery's greatest attraction. It's gonna be ruined now.
You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it?
How? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it.
I was not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him.
I'm done with you, go home. Alright.
Larry, be honest, did you enter the Winter Wing?
What is that? Is that a suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but...
You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I want to get in there, but that old guy came out, I fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking.
So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you?
Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went.
Huh? But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of?
If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now.
Larry seems to have the Autumn Wing and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry?
You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. I thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead.
I think it's time to deploy my clue. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse.
Well, I did not see something. But that doesn't prove I did see something totally different either, does it?
Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying.
How did you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine, I guess there's no point in trying to keep it a secret any longer.
Checkmate, loser. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate, bitch.
Mind chess. Checkmate.
I couldn't help staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
You kept talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible.
What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something?
Now you're still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at.
Yeah, the Autumn Wing.
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing fingers features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of a Gemini.
Guess that makes sense.
Why is he not more surprised by that?
It's a pretty weird now I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess, that wasn't my imagination either.
Other stuff?
You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you.
Show me what exactly?
I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so
Well, I want to see.
Really? Alright, here.
Oh.
What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that statue was crying tears of blood?
I have to say, Larice, it's pretty scary.
Right, because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of a Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud.
So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly?
What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish. That's what I mean. A goddess with a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. And it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape somebody.
Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish.
Edgy, do you think that statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish. That's some pretty cursed stuff right there.
Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other.
Oh, look at you, tucking it carefully in your organizer.
I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom.
You're the worst, Edgy, the worst.
Kinda freaky deaky though, huh? A statue with the bottom head that changes shape? I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the Autumn Wing, aren't you?
I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgewood speaking.
I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger for the gas anymore. You can come in now.
Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the Autumn Wing.
The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue.
You're going in, okay? Then maybe I should come along too.
Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright everyone, to the Autumn Wing! Away! Here we are at last, and it really does look a lot like the Winter Wing.
Glad you can make it. Hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No! For the last time! The name is Laurie Stunham!
Detective, your report if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently.
Was somebody using it to heat something? stepladder already like that when you entered?
Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until somebody opened the lid.
Is that so? The Pisces statue.
Huh? You sure, up on your constellation, sir. You know what the other one in the case is, too?
This is the Autumn Wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn.
Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that was draped around it kinda tripped me up. Isn't that one of the pieces? Isn't that the piece of the luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here?
Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too.
Take a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each one of the other cases, too.
Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me whip them off right off for ya.
Wow, they're beautiful.
And Larry sketching.
So the transformation Larry witnessed could have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue lower half fell away.
See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken. Listen, Master, I think we can all agree. This room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the Winter Wing.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even cover the statues up in such a way as to make them look similar. But the cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues almost look the same.
Ditto for Capricorn. Cover the bottom half up and he looks pretty much like Taurus. In other words, the other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer.
So somebody went to the lengths to disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing. I say we need to take a closer look at things in here, wouldn't you, Fender?
Uh-oh.
Son of a bitch. Mr. Winner and Judge Gavel.
What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear?
Mr. Edgeworth, seems that I failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. Grr. And that co-opting a good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the Goddess of Justice will have me judge you.
You're alright. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around.
It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot.
Oh, you mean...
Exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Hey, I always wanted to say that.
Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people.
Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right.
Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Yeah, well, he could use it because in the last 3 games he's been getting cuts to his salary. Like it's a meme.
Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of this scene.
What? But we only just got here.
The Goddess of Justice has conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone.
By which you mean, this is Mr. Winner's case?
That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything.
What do you say? A suspect already? Who?
Who else but your artist friend over there?
Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy?
Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works.
Ha ha ha. Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset.
Like the attitude? Somebody tells me he doesn't know a real winning turn of phrase.
Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly. What is your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions, and he told me where the bell poison gas came from.
And where might that have been?
It's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name now though. Wait there a second. Let me call him real quick.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. I'll let him make the call if you know the answer. The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals, ubiquium and asphyxian.
What kind of oh shit, I clicked off on accident.
What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in a manner of everyday products, paint and dishwashing liquids among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign.
So it's something anyone could get in their hands on.
Precisely, but the same cannot be said for asphyxion.
That does sound nasty. What's it used for?
It's the main ingredient in a product called the Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it's nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we're currently investigating where it might have come from.
I'm back, and I know the name of the chemicals now.
Don't waste your breath. Judge Devil informed us already.
Huh? Oh, great. That'll make things quicker, I guess.
Wait, what? Discord's down? What? Oh, let me check. Wait, is Discord actually down? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, Discord is out. Oh my god. Yeah, messages are failing to load for me. Oh shit. I see some channels are working, but some are not. Ugh, nasty. Also, hi Zane.
So the source of the gas, ubiquium, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here in the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist.
You can't accuse me just because of that.
Objection to the paints on the palette in your hand.
Hitchy? Is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed, I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions.
Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a little of this, losers.
Bring it.
Winner's winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim, and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which is, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was the one with winning stride away. He was one winning stride away from the victim, which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gabriel? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister, the catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps?
I think I might have left my heart there, you know. And you might have picked it up.
I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl out on out here with your tail between your legs because I win!
Oh yeah, I gotta double check my evidence for a moment. Yeah, okay. Should also double check. Yeah, asphyxiants for infesticide. Paint and dishwashing liquids. Okay, so Eustace is right on that one, okay.
Huh. A better thing to do than to pick holes in your faulty logic, but I suppose I don't have much of a choice.
Oh wait, I already said this part.
We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products.
Right, which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious.
But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too?
She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Cabell?
I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquitous is found in dishwashing liquids, among other things.
In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation.
No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing introduction, will you?
It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas.
Ha! Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either.
Was that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know.
You make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak.
Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he has paint, and he was the closest to the victim.
That's really all you're basing your suspicion on of Mr. Butts on?
What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up.
He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth.
He is. So let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener, and we also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption.
Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and still got it wrong somehow.
Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all our time.
Wait, do I present here or do I present there? Okay, so in the big room, he was carrying paint on his person. He was one running. I'm going to kill Discord. Yeah, Discord's really bugging out because message is failing to load. Message is failing to load. Yeah, Discord is really fucking itself over. Do I present it here or do I present it in the third statement?
Objection!
Yeah, it's okay. No, okay, this one's fine. Yeah. Can't even send a DM to anyone. Yikes.
Your deductions are anything but winning. I'm afraid you're looking to win a prize for incoherence.
Ha! So you agree that I deserve a prize?
What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces.
It did, and it was created by the artist guy. With the red paint we know is full of ubiquitous.
Allow me to offer you a bit of advice, one prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquitous is mixed with another substance, asphyxiant. Paint containing ubiquitous alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all.
It wouldn't? I thought they said the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquitous.
So you're telling me this was all based on a mishearing of the forensics report?
Ah!
The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about.
My aptitude? What does that even mean?
You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace.
That added and attitude is the other word you misused only minutes ago as well. It's another thing entirely.
I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again.
What am I doing is demonstrating that you do not have the attitude required to head up this investigation.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements.
And what flaws might those be?
Firstly, you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing.
That's...
And secondly, that you cannot prove that the red paint did not have something to do with the crime.
But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquitous and the white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to find that out before anything else.
Indeed we do. And that's what Eustace will be investigating next. Oh, what he would have already been investigating had you not been here making needless trouble.
We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help.
Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you!
I can certainly point you towards a vital clue as to how it was done.
He is bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
Penguin producing a steam like Strange. A stream like Strange. Yes, my Twitch chat is the bunker.
It's fine, Gabelle. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. I say, Miss Gabelle, let this man cook. Surely this will not shoot me in the foot anyhow.
If you are sure.
Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created, huh?
Okay. So ubiquitous is the blowtorch? Okay, let me read. Gamma, right fast sign in the chocolate chest. Salt. Yeah, the CHB RP is gonna have to be put on hold. Okay. Taurus, Autumn, this is the Autumn Wing. How was the gas created? What, do I just present this again? The blowtorch?
Take that!
No, fuck. Ah, damn. Nausea and perjury? Wow. He's slowly backing up. Oh my god, that's actually kind of funny. Ubiquitous and Pro White Asphyxian. Oh, here.
Take that!
Larry's drawing? Yeah.
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing.
Well, they do say I have a good eye.
The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquitous.
What? Wait a second. You're saying this that you cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have been mixed with something else inside the case.
What? And what evidence do you have that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you.
Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Mars078. And also, hi Ricky, I actually didn't recognize you at all because of your username.
I need to point out the part that shows the two liquids and mixed together.
Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, red here and oh, here, yeah.
Take that!
Yeah, cause red and white, pink.
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the pricey statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
What? Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquitium mixed with some asphyxian?
We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red and white with white?
Don't treat me like a dumb Edgy. I did graduate from junior, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner?
Oh, I think I do. Ubiquitium is red and asphyxian is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
Yes, very good. We got there in the end.
Yes. Interesting.
I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised the possibility, nothing more. We can't know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on his veracity?
Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I do not ask for your opinion.
Ooh, she's a cold one. But I like it.
You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth, especially as there is another question to which you have to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that.
Mr. Gusto, he's still unconscious and in critical condition.
He is? Oh.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace.
Who said that?
Hold it!
For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not to be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful that if you would dispense with the childish epithets.
Oh, finally, she tells me her name. Nice to meet you, Verity. The name's Laurice Dunham, but you can call me Laurice.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Dunham.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's just... there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back.
Is Discord back? Oh yeah, it's back. Oh yeah, Discord's back. Okay, yeah, I was just making sure Discord was still working. Okay. Alright. Anyway. I tried to open it and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can be locked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back up our pal up on that. What? Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Mazzarino?
It is. I distinctly remember how it went.
So, Winterwing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. The gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonderwing's off limits. What gives?
Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
And what did you say that your suspicious friend was not here with the victim the entire time?
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Searching for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one.
I see. And I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word.
That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gravel, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark?
Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions.
You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Dunham, you may step down from the stand.
Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please.
Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it.
Who exactly is this next suspect?
The pharmacist Delicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hand on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work will surely have a better idea where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we'll go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure.
My winning... Of course, Gavel. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you can carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay?
Sure.
Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start?
Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winner like she usually does, huh?
What exactly is your angle here, Judge Cavell?
Oh, to be continued. Oh, man, damn, I went be right back at almost, like, right before the to be continued point. Okay.
April 2nd, 12:05 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Autumn Wing.
They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess.
Huh. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I won the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is.
Hello, dears. This is a lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Alicia Stone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer at your service. Alicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some.
You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want.
All I really do. Whatever you say. It was lovely to meet you, dearie.
So much for call me the winner.
Oh, have we met before, young man?
You love this, Alicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son.
Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles.
If you must address me my given name, just Miles would do.
Oh, Reggie Peglegs, boy, all grown up too. Make me feel my age, why don't you?
I wonder just how old she is.
Eustace, I believe you have some questions for our pharmacist.
Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone?
Why, I came to see you, dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me from visiting her now.
I understand that you helped after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack.
Oh, I didn't do much really. I just whipped out a quick antidote for the dear old doctor.
Wow, you can make an antidote just like that?
Oh, yes, dearie. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vitals in minutes taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him.
And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious?
Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say.
Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure.
Oh, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they say.
Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhongfa and upped his game, just like he said he would.
Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra?
Of course, dear. You use it too. To get rid of. You know what? Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops.
Might I ask what you mean by you-know-what?
The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor young ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them.
Oh, I get it. Those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxian and ubiquium are combined?
Oh, yes. It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with the products containing ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? The effects of inhalation includes respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need to, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I say.
She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It also is bright red and smells pretty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery and is white in color.
That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone.
As well as it should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for.
Oh shit.
Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, I need to go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully, terribly dangerous. You can't buy it even if you wanted to.
Yes, Miss Cone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know.
Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she had some other angle in mind.
What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top,
Huh, that's rather unusual.
and the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it.
We're lucky to escape alive. Anything more relevant to the case?
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case.
Underside of the top part of the
Traces of ubiquitarium.
Oh, now we're talking.
That's odd. If there was ubiquitous stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid.
It would, huh? So, how did things wind up as they are now?
I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might.
Huh, you guys are desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away.
Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth. Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I'm not required to explain myself to you, but if you feel that you are absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth your while to keep you around.
What exactly does she have in mind here?
Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
Yeah, I noticed Discord is back on as well.
You heard the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering that we've learned so far, there's only one person who could have possibly been no.
Yes, the answer is indisputable.
In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas?
Well, the only people in that room were Gusto and... Well, Larry wasn't in the room at all. Well, not Eustace.
Wait, he's only 17? And he's a prosecutor?
A British pharmacist. Oh, he's British, huh? Judy?
Take that!
This is no.
Okay, so it was just Gusto. Yeah, okay. Thought it was gonna throw a curveball at me.
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person who have entered the outer wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case.
Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I'll permit your participation in this investigation to continue.
Oh, I hit the wrong key.
However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately.
Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why.
Alright, Mr. Edgered, tell me what you want to see.
Let's use the data we collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it.
Ah! Don't scare me like that!
So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief.
Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquitous frozen to the underside of the top part of the case.
Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight.
The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces?
And do we have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked?
Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage.
I see, so we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing surface. Thoughts?
Ice cold. If you think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks. Makes you think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead.
It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to the ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack.
Huh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place?
Why indeed, a heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquitous.
You look like the cat got the cream, Mazzarino. You know what happened, don't you?
I certainly do, and what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? But you didn't give me the chance to figure it out first.
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers.
The blowtorch. The blowtorch showed signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquitous so he could open the lid.
Indeed.
Ah, you beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins at the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh. It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand.
Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too?
Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes.
Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was there, in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquitous on the underside of the lid.
Uh-huh, and?
As the ubiquitous melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed.
So he opened the case, and out came the gas, huh?
It seems we got there in the end.
But why a heck of a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place?
I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was.
I'm thinking you might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out the not autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here.
Caught you out too, did it? My little Eddie Lumpkin. I was ever so confused about what it being where Chillywinks' room was all those years ago. There's even this same little tree from the blessed door. Be all the 6s and 7s. At the 6s and 7s, eh?
Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. I'll just see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose.
Eureka, ladies and gentlemen! I have the answer!
The answer to what exactly?
The man was going to end it all! A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? Ha! At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on.
Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative.
Winner's, sure. Thanks, Gabelle.
Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional.
In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot.
What is it now?
Haha, I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me.
That's nothing to brag about, you know.
Shut up! Take it easy, I'm talking. Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah. I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap.
How could you say that?
I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one and dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one.
I beg your pudding? How dare you? I didn't know such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner?
Haha, you bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious' pharmacist license, and it says right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra.
The product that we have established contains Asphyxion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist.
I didn't do it. It's all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bundle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim in the to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket,
No.
There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound and the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
Idiot, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. And that's not it. Huh? That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. And what is this?
There's something written on it, I think.
April 1st. Complaint filed. Offense theft. Item stolen. Infesticide Ultra 1 bottle. It's a crime report related to a theft.
A what?
See, you silly billies. I told you somebody picked it off me a week ago, no less.
By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today?
That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have found some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep it in my bag locked up tight, but, well, I forget in my head if I wasn't screwed on. Now, thanks to City of me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear.
You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. Damn, what do I do now?
Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea. Alright, I'm gonna give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere.
So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all.
Indeed. If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her.
So who do you think did it, Smiles?
Someone with the knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. Two factors which point to one very specific person.
Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy.
Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one up in the room to look like another? Judy?
Take that!
The gallery owner? Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could have possibly prepared in such a way. We may need some solid evidence to support such a theory nonetheless.
So it was her, huh?
Strange. It's like he already knew.
Ooh, nice shooting, Mazarino. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal.
That is not what I was hoping for.
Ahem, I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged, which means we have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team.
You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash?
No, I mean, we're just getting started.
Oh? Then what's our next move?
Oh, well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Mound.
And then?
And then I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace, Mr. Cousteau's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing.
Yes, sir.
Gabriel, we're going to talk to Miss Mound.
Very good, Eustace.
I'll join you if you don't mind.
April 2nd, 1:35 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Pound for me.
Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves?
Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I could just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy!
You spoiled little...
He's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain.
Ah! It's a bounty!
What on earth?
Order in the court. Somebody call forensics.
Bad news, sir. Real bad news.
Order. I will have order, detective.
The articles of Berkshires in the Winter Wing. They're all melted. What?
Did?
Huh?
Say?
He was supposed to say, what did you say?
What did I say? What is the meaning of this?
Now we have 2 victims?
Yeah, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the ice melted again.
Again?
This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinky game. You with me, right, Mazarino?
I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it.
Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane.
To be continued. Save.
Let's see, do I have time? Okay. Yeah, I still got time. Alright.
I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or it's been 18 long years since. A murder at the confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Donut made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his ice secretions had melted clean away. 18 years ago.
December 24, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain, Rome.
All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So, what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe you just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. No, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. They may wish to expose the truth, but the others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody incident ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can't happen. We're all human. Police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless? Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll soon learn enough.
I will. I promise.
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Whoa, you're the best, Miss Pound.
Chocolates.
Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help, although these are a little too sweet for my liking, and a little uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
Alright, They're so sweet.
You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you make these yourself?
Yes, Samson loves chocolate. So I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties, although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy, getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
Huh? I'm sorry, did you say something?
Oh, no, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course, what right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We are very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question.
Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculpture he made for the vinyl.
It's the exact same one.
My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh hey, that's stars in Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac, Eddie.
Oh, I love it. The stories of those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow? And the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh? Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, I use this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us.
Well, alright then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese.
Oh, and that's how their picture got taken.
There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera.
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all of our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tanjiro used the same camera during the contest.
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Ah yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance's completed rooms, but the film ran out just as he finished photographing at Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to put on a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining, but he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But had he really though?
I went to our living area to change the film, and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Ah! Miss Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was too much, all too much. But I remember, I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera and this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you.
Detective Bad, Miss Stone, are they done investigating?
They're known to me, that's for certain. That big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene.
Did he run you two off too, but Detective Bad?
Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a nice little chat right in Frost's room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Miss Frost's room.
That's right. And I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's a candidate number 1 at the moment, as a guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out.
Detective. Really, Detective Bat? Mr. Von Goblin won't be happy about this. Oh, actually, now I think about it. When I'm looking at his code, it doesn't have any of the bullet holes, so this is before the, This is before the Yatagarasu. This is before the Yatagarasu group was founded. Yeah, because after the right before the Yatagarasu group was founded, he was shot up. He was shot up, and his coat was covered in bullet holes. Yeah, so yeah, this definitely takes place before that one incident. I forgot what it was called. It's not the DL6 incident, because that's the Gregory Edgeworth case where he was shot in an elevator. Not IS7. That's this incident. It's it was an incident.
Yeah, well, I'm not Von Commer's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not about to play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E.
Well, I haven't the foggiest of what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at that photograph.
Here. This is what Frost's room looks like right now.
Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles.
The floor appears to be covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power, and up the temperature went.
It looks like they were all connected to the same power strip.
Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope, still working on that.
Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You can say that again! I should be taking a few more bites at them when I had the chance.
So they tasted good?
Did they ever? I never tried ice so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish we could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit?
It's in the other photo you got there. This bit. The Harvey thing.
She slurped up the strings.
Gemini's liar.
Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you. It was all horrible and salty.
It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tastes different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chittywink's work. It was two little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it looked just like that.
PH. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. The seal.
I just knew Mr. Frost would have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude towards his work.
No, I just... The sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he missed something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions, and it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about if you don't share. So what are these two pieces of evidence of yours?
Which two items point to Miss Frost? This is the first. The seal, right?
Take that!
And now the second.
Where's the photo? Ah,
Take
this.
Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not. It's right here. It's just like you said. Chinnywinks statues with the letters PH carved into them, plain as day.
PH. Shouldn't it be AF? You'll think so, but take a look at this. It's a seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket, and when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We have already established that the tea set is the work of a sculptor, Paul Halik. From that we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact which you are all aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Oh, well, yes. I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Halik was? That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. It was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Miss Frost was, in fact, an extraordinary confectioner. No, a sculptor. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than the famed sculptor Paul Halik.
What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person?
But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was.
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine his entries in a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that.
And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken.
It must have gotten mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you had to change the camera. And then you had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tanjiro had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
This suggests that you took only 2 pictures for the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body, and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures. A new film calculator has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining.
Take that!
The camera?
You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me.
Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth too.
3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera has only 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20, you took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess. I've been lying to you.
Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry.
Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle.
And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you?
It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halik's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined. What with the investigation that was going on and everything, so I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photograph that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
My mistake. Are you sure?
I didn't notice at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth.
What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture is yours. Hope it helps.
Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You were not a part of this investigation.
Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless.
It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry. And to you, Mr. Gusto.
Huh. No concern of mine.
I didn't do anything and Mr. Von Karma agrees.
Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa.
No,
I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please. I'm not quite done questioning her myself.
And you think I care because...
Ugh.
Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Oh, you can at least ask nicely, mannequins. He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It is rather late. I hope the snow has let up.
You're right. Home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement too.
Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling too.
Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow.
We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa.
Oh wow, that's another relatively short segment.
December 25th, 10 a.m. Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Nailed it. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at the detention center, but okay. Good morning. Mr. Tangaroa? What happened to you?
Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired.
They're not letting you sleep.
That's not police work. That's torture.
What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help.
It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him.
Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's finding with Mr. Tangaroa.
You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready.
Mr. Tangaroa, we found quite a bit. We found out quite a bit, if you'd like to hear it.
Of course. Thank you.
Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kinda spaced out.
I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson!
Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? The chocolates?
Huh? Is that chocolate? For me?
Oh, those are the chocolates I
wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so.
Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose.
There must be some way we can hand them to him.
I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful look in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad.
My hero!
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective.
Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here.
You don't know how much this means to me.
Yeah. Keep it down, will you? For both of our sakes.
Of course, Detective. I would wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these treats.
Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call.
Guess you're not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
yes. How were they?
Feel them melt, soft and smooth. Chocolate, they'll comfort and soothe. Ear to ear, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Yeah, what happened to keeping it down? Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh, so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self.
My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair.
Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual, french fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that.
Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing.
Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halique.
Artie Frost was Paul Halique. I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halique.
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all. Oh. This would all certainly explain why Mr. Halique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He never finished his greatest masterpiece?
Nah, seems he was making statues for each season, but he never got around to the winter constellations.
The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini?
So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set.
Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt.
I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems.
Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see.
He probably wanted to get more material. He probably wanted to get some materials for free. Presumably the flavored ice. He probably just wanted to sort of leech that off Tangaroa so that he can finish his creations. Except it'll be in flavored fashion.
Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly.
He's a good man.
He certainly is. An uncompromising one. Someone who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in.
He scares the pants off anybody new he meets.
Huh. Now you're going to tell me about what you learned yesterday?
Of course. Allow me to give you a full report.
Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means. I'll gladly share all that I can.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusso's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts, and there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well.
Which was?
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
Huh?
And what exactly did his work look like?
Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound.
But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime.
So you were able to finish judging it, even though his body has been discovered in the meantime?
Yes, I was unaware of what had happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. But a liar, I believe.
I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream.
I was so moved that I burst into song.
I'm sorry, but you're saying that the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work?
I'm certain of it. It was a part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre, the one shown here without any strings.
Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate.
Okay, that question's been answered. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Gone told us that she ate a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish.
Then it's true. The truth is, I suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste.
Something wrong? How so exactly?
There's a taste disorder that's characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors, and I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice, but there's no denying it now.
That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood!
Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation.
Well, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion.
You do?
I do. You could take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, you can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy! Judy? Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that's what you wish.
What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding?
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
Alright, we'll be right behind you.
Judy? Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound!
Judy.
Whoa,
She seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes.
why did you even say all of that to her?
Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own.
What do you mean?
The honey collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want for her is to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked you of everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime.
Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session.
Ah, yes. We'll have to do something about that.
You'll speak to the police for me?
That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve when the time comes.
I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy too.
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it.
Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make that much harder for me to save you.
I understand, and I'll try.
I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that.
December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue. Fountain room.
Detective Bad, thank you for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton.
What are you talking about?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more.
Yeah, indeed. We are in need of something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume.
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective?
Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promise.
You have my gratitude.
Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks.
Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everyone else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there's some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue.
Paul Alik's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real.
Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before?
Attorneys, always poking holes in people's words.
What? Did I do something wrong? It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa's and Miss Bound's TV show, Bacon Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? He truly is a connoisseur. Oh, it seems these instruments are used on Mr. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too?
That door leads to Tangaroa's room, so yeah. Could be he made that thing too.
Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. He wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked.
That's the door to Gusto's room.
I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way.
Big antlers like that. Must be a bull.
I think not. No reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female.
Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys.
They don't teach you about reindeer in law school, Detective. This is quite the trophy.
Awarded to Tangaroa. First place, International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular.
It's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever.
Makes sense. Prizes, fame. None of it lasts forever, right?
I don't know it's anything quite that deep. Where does this elevator go?
The second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day.
That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when this is all over. You'd come, wouldn't you, Detective?
Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys.
These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa.
But they're not all for confectionery contests.
Oh wait, but they're not all for confectionery contests. Some may appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet. It's got me wanting to watch it. Scone's room is through there. It's marked by a stone man. A candy stone man by the look of it. Oh yeah, well I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in here, that's our scene ruined. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier.
She's still laying kinda down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
Okay. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake.
Yes, Samson loved the design for that one. And he loved the designs and the flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang around at the contest venue of all places? You sure you're happy for us to keep a hold of this?
Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned.
We've seen this book before. It was the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room.
That's right. He put it on display so that everybody could see the grand prize.
What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it.
Oh no, you told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly, or rather, totally new medications that haven't been made to market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make that the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa Group?
The Tangaroa Group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa Group if you don't mind. So they made the Cold Killer medicine. Yeah, so they made the Cold Killer medicine that Phoenix Wright took in one of the past cases in the third Phoenix Wright game. I like how it all ties back together. So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery, and his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
Why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it, but it would have been an insult to his parents' memory to simply give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa Group wanted her to win the book back for them.
So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Sansom by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that group fell into another company's hands, the board will never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in.
But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad.
Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She is certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think it might help us move the investigation along nicely.
Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound.
Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little.
Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir.
And what did you find?
Chocolate and what looks like kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work, and the flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures.
Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms, right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there.
And that's not all, sir. We also found blood.
What? Why is there blood in the water? Getting back to our investigation of the murder scene, Detective. Take another look at the scene from in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is completely missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was a part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe the blood probably belonged to the victim.
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon.
It's a match.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain. It's Frost. But why would somebody want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? We have learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why.
Sure, I was.
Objection!
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semi-finals. A confectioner admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor within its spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. You need to figure out how to get in touch with him.
Oh, do you now?
Oh, that's Von Karma.
Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma.
I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
He seems dead on set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto. In which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost.
So they could be colluding with each other. Gusto and Frost's connection.
The connection between Gusto and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
And that's all.
That's all I have to say to you.
What? But that doesn't help us at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Gusto and Frost, okay.
Objection!
Yep. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semi-finals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that the confectionery design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's. Exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same.
What are you suggesting?
Let me adjust my tie for a second. I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent there are significant similarities to how they were put together.
Huh?
They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share the similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two are working together.
Huh. If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating.
But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage.
Mr. Gusto's and Frost's real connection.
Let me confirm what you seem to so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Please, enough of the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could prove the proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
Doesn't explain why he's being so slippy with the facts, though. I still need to figure out what he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Hold it!
Last night, after Miss Frost's work melted, correct?
Yes, I interviewed Gusto personally.
Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma. Must have been pretty terrifying.
I imagine Mr. Gusto probably mediated his way through the difficult parts.
He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap. No one dares to plead the fifth with me.
Did that even work on him?
And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. None of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their endgame? Why cooperate until the day before the finals?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. and his pride will not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheaters can only ever win hella victories, I guess. I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semi-finals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
Huh, if you must.
Hold it!
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gutsu's design sense. Yeah, he made himself he isn't all that great.
He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Huh, just thinking about the abomination he came out with turns my stomach.
Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work.
An artistically rich amateur and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable they would wind up working together.
Objection!
No,
Fire.
no, okay, no. Ow.
Hold it!
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and then they simply stopped? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree?
I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern.
It was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago, though. Which means there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner.
Which means he must have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right?
That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proves that they were cooperating right up through the finals.
This was during the semi-finals, so we just need proof that they moved into the finals. Oh wait, do I present it here then?
Yeah, they were scrumptious.
Do I present it here?
Objection!
Oh, I do. Okay, I just presented the wrong statement.
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on the record of having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also describes some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Ugh. Ugh. Test. No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating.
Mr. E? There's something that has been on my mind.
Yes? What is it, Eddie?
Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't it have taken a while to make?
I would imagine so.
Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all of that and helped Mr. Gusto with all his work? If it was me, I had barely gone as far as setting the flavored water up to the freeze part.
Just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lurling instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your ponderings simply point to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit?
So what am I to finish the time? Make it out of something else entirely, make it out of something the day of the final, make the answer the day before the final? But how would you have done that though? Or make it out of something entirely? Or... what evidence do I have? Oh yeah, there was one part that said it tasted salty.
Here? Maybe it wasn't made out of flavored ice at all. Maybe Miss Scone simply had strong teeth that she was able to crunch through whatever it was. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, no. And no, time was one thing you didn't have on the day of the contest. So okay, no, it was before the final. You must have made the flavored ice on the day before, and all you would have had to do was sculpt it.
What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realized that you're correct.
What? Mr. E?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, accepting the defeat at last, are we?
Huh. The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavor would have therefore had already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
What? Yes, which lines up perfectly well with Mr. Gusto told me that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How dare you call my methods into question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could have very well been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man make you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please, tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and I imagine Mr. Von Kalmer is aware exactly what the suspicious action was, which means this is probably a trap.
Ha! Well, cat out your tongue.
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
Tis. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
That's
Gusto and Frost, and their son. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
But why?
It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. No, Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you've given me no reason to believe otherwise.
No! He's never gonna let me talk to Mr. Gusto.
Now, if you're all quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with.
That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tanjiro is finished if we can't figure something out.
Things to be getting on with? What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Kalmer still investigating the scene of the crime?
Something on your mind, Mr. E?
We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Kalmer has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa, and yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room, and yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why? Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene, but the traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get the blood?
So the body might have been moved aside, or removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question is, why didn't Mr. Von Karma hold back the information about the body? It's, did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival.
Mr. E?
We both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even.
Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff. But what's that got to do with us right now?
I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends.
Twist the truth? You mean, he's been playing dirty?
I fear he might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it.
I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney.
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Yes? What is it now?
I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us.
Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you!
What?
Isn't it on the prosecutions to work out who the real culprit of a crime is?
Huh, what foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unsaleable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps?
Ha! And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence.
I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hindered Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have a body. What?
He doesn't have the body?
Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander.
Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can.
Tss. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear, and where did it go?
What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what?
So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaro's room went?
like that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with the traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows into the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Grr! Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me.
You! Where did you get on your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you, bad. You've been a thorn on my side from the moment you were assigned. We're no longer, as of now you're officially off the case.
I was barely on it in the first place. Miss Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered?
Tss. It's really quite the claim, you know. And for one which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you, then nothing will.
Mark my words, Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me in the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret.
Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted, but I prefer to have an ace in the hole just in case.
And when is it?
You'll find out in the courtroom.
Wait, what? You're letting me join you?
Of course I am. You're my assistant after all.
I'll be more than that by the next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? We can take on Mr. Von Karma together.
Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time.
Right. We'll do anything we can in the meantime. I know you can be Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you.
And so, we can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I'll do. Yes, don't worry. I'll be able to prove him guilty, and hopefully I'll be able to prove him guilty. Just as long as I don't end up falling unconscious in a specific elevator and then proceed to get shot without my knowing it and resulting in my death. What? That sounds awfully specific. Yes, surely. Anyway, I have an elevator to go to. Bye. And then he was never seen again.
April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. And god damn it, he should have just taken the stairs.
So what happened at the trial?
Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us.
Really? You can prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent?
Oh, we could prove it, alright. Had a little decent pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared.
I can imagine. Secure his conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Only took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking of over 17 years ago. I'm sure it does fly, huh?
December 28th. I was there the day the 17 years ago, sitting at that courtroom gallery. It was that time where...
Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was bad. Even he said he wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him?
Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for him from the very beginning.
So he was just stalling until this guy lost the will to get a not guilty verdict.
Wow. And when Gregory tried to stop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace up in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him.
The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with.
Exceptamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had bad recall of all of Samson's interrogations. Oh! Caught him in 4K!
Guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh?
Well, did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor.
For the one and only time in his 40-year career.
Still, Samson still couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it just didn't signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair.
I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tankerov guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside.
Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. He should have taken the fucking stairs, man. He should have just taken the stairs. Poor guy. He never got the chance. God damn it. He should have just taken the stairs. He should have just taken the stairs. None of this would have happened if he just took the fucking stairs. God damn it. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that, but I shoved it aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me.
No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangerou was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder.
No, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder.
Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved.
Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part of the verdict it's been changed.
What?
Here, feast your peepers on this.
Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of the confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside of one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via the medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice?
That's a copy of the file they had on record at the courthouse.
What the hell is this shit? Then why is my copy so different?
Well, he said it came from Von Karma, yeah? I guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you to looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up.
So everything I believed about the case was a lie?
Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. But the point is, what you know, what's not what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when you or old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't gonna bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found and Samson was found guilty instead.
That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him?
Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead.
How could he?
Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course, but he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he's told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Mousy boy. Why did you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in prison the day the Bronco Knight died?
Ah, that's right.
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa.
Bingo. Judy and I promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. And none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day.
How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Mousarino?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father.
Mouse.
But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do.
You really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then, now that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't want paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations.
Thank you, Fender.
And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I took a minute to scope them out if I were you.
Small amount of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit.
You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Oh yep, that's literally all of Gregory's shit.
Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The art sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the one from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which had been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's display case, ubiquium and asphyxium, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the art sculptures are melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh, no, you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him from his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee.
What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation.
Your offer is duly noted and duly declined.
Oof, she isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need.
Perhaps I could help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea who our mystery victim might be.
What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law.
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be the visitor from the past.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost.
What? You saying that was poor Chittywings?
Wait. Who the heck is Chittywings or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor. Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display are all of his works.
No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident.
Judge Devil knows about the IS-7 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. According to the police reports, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the reports say. But the records can't always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not only that, it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down, hard of course.
Yeah, this is winner. Huh? What? Really?
What is it, Eustace?
The body. We got an ID. Huh? Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess Edgeworth called it?
Goddess of Justice!
So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway.
Ah, no fair. You're trying to steal a win.
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we need to work together.
We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge Shi. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another one of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was run from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Gah! And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive.
Judge Gravel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail, in which case I suspect she might be here on the committee's behalf.
Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table. Don't you? Gah!
Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room is, however, all yours.
Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in? Show we're all on the side of justice.
Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor.
This is a turn up for the books, huh, Mousy? We get to do our thing after all.
Thanks to your miserable help as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting.
I will. Well, okay, shall we?
Heck yeah, let's investigate. Let the investigation commence.
We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where he found it and the source of the ubiquium.
You're right, we need some more intel.
Indeed, let us focus on the ubiquium first and foremost.
It's using stuff like dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctively minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway.
And how's the rest of the fountain looking?
Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kinda soothing.
Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago, Seems the police have already removed the body.
Why did the body of the victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Didn't it slowly shuffle its way here?
Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems like the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensic guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the outer wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak.
There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart.
The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea.
Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious.
Looks like all this stuff is designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. The tablecloth draped of the cart is pure white and completely spotless.
And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge and clear my mind and whoosh!
Okay. I cannot stress how bad of an idea that would be.
Aw, come on. What's the worst that can happen? Even if it doesn't all go sideways, it will just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye.
Yes, well, I'd rather remain it white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it.
Really? But there's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown.
So this dishware was made by Artie Frost.
Looks very fancy.
Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch anything of it unless we absolutely have to.
Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much?
Stop it, Kay. I could see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must be really a fan of Mr. Frost. Like Fender said, to still have this.
Hey, Edgy!
What is it?
You better be careful of that teapot, you hear?
Why is there so concerned all of a sudden?
Wanna guess? I can pour you a cup if you like.
Miss Bound?
Ah, Judy! Good thanks. Don't tea for me. You two can knock yourselves out.
Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt.
2 cups coming right up. This smells great.
In synchronization, they drink.
Wow, it even tastes better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning?
Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there?
Oh no, not at all. It's just the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma.
Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blend for both times.
I can't see what could account for the difference.
Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you?
What's going on under your skin, Larry?
I think you're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Louise Dunham, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Oh, that was childish, even for him.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Brown is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bond?
I had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
But why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Foster's Zodiac series was his greatest unfinished masterwork. I want to see you complete it at last. Or rather, recomplete it. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the Winter and Autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from the one and the other by accident?
She's clearly lying, but I don't have the evidence to prove just yet. Okay, I think I have to use logic here. Oh, never mind. Doesn't work.
Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, it leads to the spring wing.
Ah, spring, a popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves.
Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Huh? Why is there a lift cart just sitting there out in the open?
Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet.
You know, I got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I saw it in Frost's room. You must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you can move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Oh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing out here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed, after all, it just might have something to do with our case. It's a selection of trophies won by Paula Leak, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, there's a very well-respected artist.
Only got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about time I won too. Guess I have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end of all that.
Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests.
Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room, so I'm afraid I can't let you past. I'm sorry, sir.
It wouldn't make much of a difference if you did, officer. I was standing in front of a wall.
Oh, but we know a few bricks will stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
So what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct?
Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Find anything interesting?
No.
No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway.
Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you'll be sympathetic, of course, and treasure is when all in that his. Love is for people you're not even that
talking all that Kenon and Petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention.
Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, Petal. I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me. This thing in front of the door is a fear tree, right?
Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but this door is the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse.
I could paint it red for that autumny feel.
Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay, hence the name.
Sure, I knew that.
Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want?
The door here is marked with a nice autumny-looking tree.
And yet it leads to the winter wing.
I suppose it's all part of the deception. I can see the leaves if you like, make it a little more wintry.
I think you better leave them alone, Kay. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is.
Whoa, quit it with the glare off you two, it's weird.
Come on, Kay, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for the picture. Now, actually, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it, I already told you, I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I get the whole truth out of him. What the hell are you hiding? Come on, Larry, what are you hiding?
Not saying.
Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games.
Huh, I certainly wasn't playing.
It's pretty clear Larissa is going to talk to you.
Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry's hiding. Perhaps something around can give me a clue. I better take another look around the room. So, from the color and aroma, I said this is a puddle of spilled tea.
And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. I guess somebody must have broken something.
I know that's a cigar, and it's certainly a high-strung somebody that just might know a little something too.
Did he break a piece of his tea set?
Would you mind taking a look at this for a moment, with me, Larry?
Why would you show me that?
Tell me, what is it about Miss Brown's tea that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel.
Wait, don't be look mad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me.
I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're a particularly clean cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me.
Hey, alright, I'll talk.
Alright, Larry, enough is enough, now confess!
Is there any way to treat your best friend, Edgy?
Huh, is that any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things?
I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash! I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me.
No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch. You really messed up this time, Larice.
See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this.
Trying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound.
My teapot? I see.
I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll pay your portrait. I'll pay you 50. I'll pay you 50 portraits.
Please, Mr. Dunham. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that is safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something that you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have an identical teapot. It's from the far end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's word than she used to be?
I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on the top of the card right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the card. And then that's when I saw that other pot under there, so I just took that and basically switched the two pots.
Oh, I see.
Yup, and that's everything I had to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry.
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
CRG, isn't Judy just the absolute best?
I trust you won't be taking advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Since I'm making as an artist, I'm gonna give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect she's likely going to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some of my rash fishing beauties. Wanna see?
Interested in Larice's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry had captured any unusual details this time, too.
Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see them too.
Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me take them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
I suppose you might as well take a look. So, these sketches of yours.
Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
What am I looking at here?
Okay, so there's there's Verity. Yeah, he's really catching her beauty. Oh, and then there's the pharmacist there. Oh my god, I forgot their names. Judy Bound and Delicia Scone. Yeah.
I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity, Judy, and somebody else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw them first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though.
Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Nope, all these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of color.
So the colors are accurate. Interesting. As much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving cart in the sketch, for example. If I compare it to the one here in this room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry?
Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you?
Just the page, please.
Alright.
Okay, so I think. Switch teapots, tea smells different.
I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to how teapots have been being switched.
You do?
I can't see what else could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed, so why don't we ask Mrs. Bound, just to be sure. Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we notice, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtly minty taste, rather like uva tea.
Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. It must have been where the minty aroma was coming from.
Could that really be it? The tea from the teapots Larry switched from another cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound says she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she may have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of the Ubiquitium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Weather, any luck finding that Ubiquitium?
Huh? Oh. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. But what about you? And what about you? Don't you tell me you know where it came from?
I may have an idea.
Ha! I knew it! If I can find it, there's no chance of useless— What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensic people check it out.
Yes, oh my goodness. Jesus fucking Christ.
Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming up from it. I think it might just be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required a considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get the Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who would have set it all up. That up at all.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquitium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the Winter Wing, it's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we find out.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
Some exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me if you can.
Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now.
The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What is salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample?
I can't imagine whose blood could it possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please, sir, Detective.
Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working in the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir, we found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter ring, too.
There are a few of those being used in the autumn wind to disguise it as the winter ring, and as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk with Miss Stone about this.
Anyway, I better get back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison trap are false, I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Miss Stone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Mozzie Smiley, and dear sweet little tooth candy K.
I appreciate if that was the last time you called me Marsley Smilesly.
I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either.
We just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it.
Well, I guess we tried.
What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be plenty of specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave you the Rudy Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her for 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
Tee. Well, us girlies have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
And it better be not a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, but back then you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying. It's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. And that's not it.
Huh? That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory or something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make poisonous gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever had an infesticide ultra would know, for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever.
But what about a lay person? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose to the ultimate cookbook anyway.
The prize from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making infesticide ultra along with that, not mixed in with ubiquium bit is in there, you know.
So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroon Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently.
After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of the elites, I suppose.
Oh, look at that, a picture of City on me.
That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eye.
You mean lovely Laurie Lunkin? I'm gonna have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
And there's the evil smirk.
You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Stone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How new? You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I recall it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage?
Spillage, he says. Gee, that's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth if you don't mind. Why did you want me to know that you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point I can know, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Stone was of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given to Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must have been the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that was disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body.
Oops.
A caddy containing Ceylon leaf teas. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture inside from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves.
The deuce. No, I don't have anything in that. Is this the same one? Hold on. Oh wait, no.
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinated by the work of the great Maurice Dunemer? It's the composition, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted it exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it.
But the tablecloth on the card here in this room is white.
Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, it's the simple stuff that just passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on and okay? What kind of business? That's right, I was hiding the piece of the teapot I smashed kind.
That's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for bringing the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing?
Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on that I drew.
And what did she do with the second serving cart?
Well, I saw her wheel into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you lift the stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it goes to show you never know.
Another serving cart and a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
We better check with Miss Bound. Are there 2 serving cards here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, yes. Why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us a sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth is light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must have been mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like perfect wrinkle-free one on the card here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea on what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Yee! Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? A little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. So what kind of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook?
Oh, there are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well then let's start with the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2 hours long. Now one by one we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? One listen to the rest?
No, that won't be necessary.
Hey there, Mazarino. What's the situation with the investigation?
Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge.
Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then.
The case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago.
And how? And how it's got a lot. Melting statues in the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body.
But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just end up and disappeared.
What? And they were never found?
Gusto's boy wasn't, not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost gets turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. And no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any wiser. Well, almost nobody.
I still can't believe Mr. Von Palmer would have stooped so low. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound?
Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Master.
I do not.
Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jules? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of his place. Out of the... what?
What? They threw her out?
Yep, Jules wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in the showbiz. She retired from all that now, though.
Yes, what did she retire?
She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangerine Group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back.
All of it.
Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight, but from a little less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas, and the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way, you mean?
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Let's get that bitch. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot.
Okay. Okay, thank goodness, okay. Because I'm planning to end the stream soon, so... Okay. Yep. Farewell for now. And see you in the next stream.